We're terrible people. We're terrible. We're awful. Back to the dormitories? Oh, right. It's our day of release. Let's go. Some time has passed since the incident in the Fortress of Meripede, and your sentence here is almost finished. Yay!
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
I love that they're glorifying the prison industrial complex, but also, like, it's not the worst prison industrial complex that's been showcased in, like, a piece of media.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Yay! Finally, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Oh, why did it pan up to the doorway?
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
Thank God, please let me leave.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Huh? Uh-oh, not again. The primordial sea is messing things up again. Oh God, it's really shaking. It is shaking.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
You know, there isn't just a giant seabed on the bottom that could explode at any time. Because all we have is Nuvi's protection seal, and that's it. Not the whale is hungry. Let's not... That whale better not come out of the Fortress of Meripede.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Where's Mr. Rio boy? Hey, there was a giant tremor.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, did you feel the earthquake that happened under the sea?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
How would you know that? That's my question. How would you know whether or not it originated from the seafloor or the surface? Like, do you have the ability to, like, measure that or something?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
How do you know that? How do you know if that's gonna be okay? Besides from trusting Neuvillette wholeheartedly, which you probably shouldn't, how would you know that it just won't fail?
So the fortress is okay?
Well, maybe not.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Unless they don't know about what's going on, okay?
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
And how convenient that today is the day we're getting released.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Not her being like, so, do you know what special day it is today? Like, she's like the partner that's just like giving hints to their other partner. Just like, so, do you know the special day? And the other person probably forgot. Paimon, please.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Oh my god, and Rio is the partner that doesn't know anything!
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today's the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Oh, I forgot we're leaving behind Sijmin as well. My baby, I'm sorry.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
Which is weird to say of a prison, but yeah, sure, we feel fond of the prison. Even though it's a prison.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Oh! I missed you too, Sijmin!
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
Mans is just like, okay, bye. Like, fine, okay, Rio.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Okay, thanks, Rio.
Well, you actually agreed. be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
Oh my god! Rio, we say that with our inside voice. We say that with the inside voice, Rio. Please. Bro, I love this character so much. I love him so much.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
What do you mean, no? She can come. Wait, I want Siege Vina to come. That's all right. It's not like we'll never visit again, which is weird to say of a prison, but anyway.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Which is crazy to think about because we are still in a prison.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Okay, listen, don't side-eye me like that. First of all, we only got in here because Neuvillette lied to our faces and said, yeah, I'm just gonna send you in without actually charging you. And then we got charged for something that actually was something that we did. So, that's on his... blame your boyfriend, thank you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble.
Knowing us, that's not gonna happen.
Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mermaid is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here...
And also, we didn't solve the thing that Neuvillette wanted to find out, which was investigate what happened to Childe. He's still missing.
We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
Oh.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
Why, you shy, Rio?
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
You tell him yourself. You're walking us out. I love them. They're so cute.
If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot. It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
Knock, knock, Neuvillette. Where you at?
Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
The way she said halt was so cute. I love her and I want to just squeeze her little cheeks. She's so cute.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Thanks, Sedine. I'm sorry, I still don't know how to pronounce your name.
Busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Something's going on if everyone's busy right now. Oh, what was that turn? Okay. He's concerned. Are you okay, my guy? You're just staring at the floor.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
Like staring at the floor? What happened?
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
Okay.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
This is in fact dialogue that needed to be said, but sure. Bro, are you okay? You good? Do you need a hug? Do you need a nap? Do you need something? You need a hug or something? I don't know. I'm very willing to give you a hug.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Okay. Is everything okay? You need a nap, buddy?
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
It's okay. Work is work. I get that.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mermaid, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea incident, as well as your dream regarding Childe.
A massive whale.
Yeah, the massive whale is all the Genshin players that spent too much money in here. Aside from that, I don't know what other whale you're talking about.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters. but rather something like the primordial sea.
The one that you said you didn't know where it was, and then suddenly you showed up right in the Fortress of Meripede, knowing where it was? Side-eye?
A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that Childe is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Okay, yes, but where? Where's the whale?
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Unfortunately, he's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Mans has been corrupted by the abyss. It's fine. There's something we'd like to ask you about, apparently.
Yes? What is it?
What was the tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Near Poisson?
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Is Navia okay?
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Wait, so it rose and then it sunk back in?
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Oh, then it's definitely about the leaking primordial seawater that we have to tell Navia.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Spina de Rosala's headquarters are also there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan. Let's find Navia.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
I'll try. No guarantees. You got thoughts?
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Aw, are you concerned, buddy? I love his tone of voice. It's so nice. The way he just says everything is just,
Oh no. What happened here?
Oh no. I love that every time she says no, now it's just, oh no. I love her. Honestly, I'm expecting at least one character to die, and I don't think it's going to be Furina, because why would they kill her off? It seems like she's going to have a redemption arc at some point. She's been set up as this character who's been so high and mighty this entire quest, right? And every quest afterwards, we've been watching her slowly kind of come to terms with like the reality of her situation and kind of become more human, if that makes any sense. Like she is discovering that she in fact has flaws. Like we're seeing the other side to her. So I don't think she's gonna get guillotined. As much as I like her to get guillotined, I don't think she will. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. They were already in rough shape in the first place. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Yeah, where is Navia? I'm scared. I'm scared for Navia specifically. Oh, gee, he's on the roof. Man's on the roof. Are you okay, dude?
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Are you... My guy, my bro, my dude, are you okay?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Oh, so they're doing disaster reconnaissance.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh, someone died.
My Desiree!
Oh shit, someone died already.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Dude's in mourning, my guy!
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
This is bad. This is really bad. Navia's probably really busy if there's this many people injured. Navia? Navia? Girly pup, where are you? Miss Taylor Swift? Eh. Oh, it's the music is so solemn now. Oh, there she is. Uh-oh. Oh, Rio. Oh, Rio probably died.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
I can hear you smile as you say this is really bad. Don't at me, okay? I love where this plot is going, and I'm excited. But also, this is really bad.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Oh, I don't like the way that she sounded. You sound really concerned, buddy. You okay?
You're here.
Yeah, we're here. Are you good?
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Navia?
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Oh, so...
He jumped down then.
Oh, he broke his leg.
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
Oh, God. Navia, listen. You do what you gotta do, okay? You're helping these people out. As you should.
The situation in Poisson?
Is bad!
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Right? The VA is so good. Navia's VA has been killing it every single Archon quest. Like, her voice line deliveries for this specific section literally gave me chills.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Put us to work, buddy.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. can't express how grateful I am.
It's okay. You don't need to say it right now. You can just put us to work. We can do something. Wait, we're still missing some people, aren't we? Wait. No. Where's Silver and Maloose? Don't. Where are they? Where's Silver and Maloose?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where are they? Where's Silver and Maloose?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there.
No, don't tell me they drowned. Don't tell me they got dissolved. Absolutely not. They better not have. I will cry.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
Where are they?
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Where's Silver and Maloose? Where are they? Navia walks around with many people organizing various matters. Her decisions are clear, reasonable.
Okay. The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary headcount. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters.
Where are Silver and Maloose?
Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard. Remember when we were like, oh, I hope when Navia's released her burst has Silver and Maloose? I'm so sad now. Oh, Navia. Oh.
Navia, what's wrong?
People died, Paimon.
Sorry. I just...
Can we give her a hug?
Maloose and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
No!
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time.
No!
And they were caught in the seawater.
No!
What should we do?
Unless we can necromancy and bring them back for the dead, we just need to help Navia, like, mourn.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
Oh, Silver!
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
And that was his last wish?
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Oh.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
You can't even bury them because they dissolved!
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
They're still their clothes, though? I mean, she can't even touch the clothes because they're covered in seawater. She wouldn't even be able to take them.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
It's good to let your feelings out, buddy, especially when you're mourning.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
I mean, it takes a village to run anything, so.
Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them.
You probably did a lot for them. You just don't know.
I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Oh, we're here for you, buddy.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Yeah, but still, even though the outcome is, like, there's a positive net outcome for how many people, like, survived, it doesn't negate the fact that lives were lost. No one's sacrifice here is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The Arlecchino jump scare, why are you here?
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
You're working with the knave?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request.
All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Okay, that's good, but Fatui. But Fatui!
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Dirty money, but she's in the morning time, so this is a bad decision, but Fatui, not bad guys nor good guys. I know they're like doing this whole thing in this specific quest where it's kind of just like the Fatui aren't like the sole bad guys. They're not like the one big bad. But it doesn't negate the other things they have done in other nations.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
Okay.
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
Honestly, Navia's smart. I would do the same thing.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
Fair enough.
Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
I don't like the way that she said that, because it's always very give and take. It's always a trade, and not just like, I'm not helping you out of the good of my heart. I'm hoping that we can work together in the future and that I can call on you in the future. Like, that's the reason why I'm so skeptical of the Fatui, because it's not like, we know that an organization like that would never do something out of the good of their heart. Like, it's just like, oh, I'm willing to do this just so I can. It's very much, I'm hoping that I can do something for you so that you can do something for me later. It's very like exchange, like, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna do this for the good of our people. But at the same time, you can say that about any organization. Like, I'm pretty sure you would have networks where you would only want to communicate to them, hopefully for an exchange of like goods or services. It doesn't mean that the Fatui are doing something bad at this moment. They are actually helping the cause, but it doesn't mean that their underlying reasons for doing the cause can't be malicious, if that makes sense. It's a lot of like nuance, you know?
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person, and they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
It's interesting that Navia is the one saying this, especially to someone like Arlecchino, who's part of an organization that wants to choose their fate from the Archons. The mirroring of this is very interesting. Also, this shot composition, S tier.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Which children? And are they Linny, Lynette, and Fremine?
Paimon, one more thing.
Oh, I don't like that side eye. What?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
I mean, it's with Navia, unless this also concerns Navia?
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Yes, Arlecchino.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for the jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you.
Okay, you're giving us information for free. Why? And is it omitted information? That's another thing that I've noticed about Fontaine's people. They tell you the truth, but they always omit details that do not serve their purpose. So it's kind of like your yellow journalism, which fits the theme a lot.
During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
So back to Remuria is what you're possibly saying?
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
I'm honored! Hi, Lynette!
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Oh. Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
That's really interesting that the knave would just trust us like that, especially if she knows as a harbinger what we've done to essentially harm her other harbingers. It's a weird play. She's playing some 3D chess right now, and all I can do is play checkers. All I'm doing is playing tic-tac-toe at this point. I don't know what's going on.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, are you trying to guilt trip me? It's like, oh, I hope you know that if you don't do this, you're gonna break their hearts. Like, kind of like that. It's giving me that vibe. I don't like that.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kind of happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price.
Who are you, Dory?
The children consider you family. It's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it. So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
She does need some rest. I feel like the knave is trying to riz us like how Childe tried rizzing Neuvillette. Maybe. Is this the Arlecchino ex-traveler arc for this patch?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
You could. You can go through a time of mourning, and sometimes people do need to plop themselves by a chair by the roadside and do nothing. That's how some people mourn.
There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
You should also take the time to mourn, otherwise that's gonna cause a lot of trauma in the future.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
I get that. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us. Smiley face, ooh woo.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going. So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. It's one of these ones again. Remember in... Oh god, it was like all the way back in the beginning of the story, like way back in Mondstadt, there was another style of cave that was like this when we went through with Kaya's quest. It was also like in the middle of nowhere. It was a random cave. I don't know. Something feels off about this and I can't pin down what it is.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Oh, we can't have someone dying again today. Place of secrets. Wow, they're being so obvious. Oh, don't touch the weird water. Okay, that water's fine, I guess. Oh. Oh. I was like, is that Caterpillar? I don't think it's Caterpillar, because we have to murder him. Unless, like, unless it is Caterpillar, and then we're just terrible people.
Settle down.
Sorry, let me just... Hey, you've interrupted my water gun. I have to learn how to play Riz, boy. I'm not doing well with him. Are you gonna drop anything? No? Okay, fine. It is giving me Narcissan Crux Ordo quest, though.
Watch it!
Oh,
the floor here isn't
safe! What? The floor jump scare! Oh my god! Floor jump scare! Oh my god, that scared me ever. Oh my god. You were meant to fall. I know I was meant to fall, but it still scared the shit out of me.
Silence!
Donk. Excuse me while we murder random literal children, as Zaria has said. Oh Jesus, I thought I was gonna fall. Is there anything down there besides a waterfall? No? Oh god, I'm falling. Okay. Anything down there? No? Okay. I don't see anything. Oh.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Well, Navia can't touch anything here, so that's great.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Yeah, Navia, I don't like that you're saying that. You should go back to safety.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
You will die, and we would rather you not die.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Oh,
I'll
right.
leave this to you.
Oh my god, we fell. How's she gonna get back? She's gonna have to climb or something.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
That's not good. I don't want her anywhere near the primordial seawater.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
That's not good. If the seawater rises, she's gonna be stuck.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Okay, I'm just gonna shut up because apparently the dialogue will say everything that I have in my head.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
We can't lose another member of the Spina de Rusula, like, right now. So if
Oh no, it's a dead end!
Ooh.
Let's try climbing over from the side.
So, what if I just... Okay. I just needed to test it out. Don't at me. But my first thought was to make him dive, okay? I wanted to see what would happen. I'm sorry. What a beautiful swan dive. I know, right? Neuvillette, 10 out of 10. Amazing. Oh my god. Intrusive thoughts overpower Eve. I know, right? Listen, sometimes you gotta touch the dangerous water. Listen. I love Neuvillette so much, but I had to find out. I'm literally the definition of f around and find out. I don't know what you expected of me. Oh, it gives me Ordo vibes. The door. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's just like Enkanomiya. Are we gonna get Enkanomiya lore that ties into this? Oh, what is this? It's a cube die thing. Oh god. It's just like Enkanomiya. Oh, why did I get a door of resurrection? Oh, nar. Oh.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
I'm running! Wait, Navia? Navia, please. Run, Navia! No!
Navia!
Navia, no! Please tell me there's a Deus Ex Machina and then she suddenly gets rescued. Please let her get rescued. She cannot die here. What? Why is she back in Poisson?
Demoiselle.
Oh, she is dead. Is that Malus?
Huh? Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
Oh, I don't like this. Okay, there's like a weird watery effect everywhere. She's actually in the sea. This girl dead. Oh no. We killed her. I don't like this. So I'm assuming the primordial sea water is a teleport because we've been seeing a lot of teleports that relate to the abyss specifically. Maybe they don't drown. They could just be teleport. This is so much copium. I just don't want her to die.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
This is like another world or something.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Yeah, you might be dead.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Because they're dead.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
Oh, this is too casual. She's in another dimension. She has to be in another dimension.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes, I remember now.
So maybe the water puts them in a dream state, and they're in like a different plane of existence, similar to how like you could be in a different plane of existence in the abyss, right? Because I don't think they died. They might have just transported bodies physically into another dimension. If we're going down the dimension route, which we have seen in the chasm, and there's so much of the chasm that's tied to the Fontaine, it would make sense.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus, and Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
So I think everything that... This is all fine. It's weird, though, because it looks like everything's the same as the above world. Unless she's hallucinating, which could be another thing.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
This seems like it's a dream space.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
I think she's going to need to eventually snap out of this if she's going to get rescued.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
There we go. That's a start.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
Connect the dots, girlie. You got this.
That's right. Is something wrong?
Uh-huh. Keep going.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously.
Connect the dots, buddy.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
You're smart enough to think this out, Navia.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Your trial?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. If this is connecting to the Furina trailer in the demo when she says that Fontaine has already drowned, are we gonna meet the Furina that's already underwater and in the sea?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
It's Navia! She's here!
Kind of like you're going through the looking glass, if one might say.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Because he hasn't drowned yet.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
Monsieur Neuvillette is above ground and you're under the water, sweetie.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Okay, so why is she on trial?
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
I don't like the way that you said that, but if we're tying it into water and the connection of water and coming together into one place and, you know, giving up your individualistic self to become part of a whole, are they saying that she can't become part of the whole because she's too much of a main character? Is that what it is?
We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Interesting. So if you are declared guilty, you are essentially become one of the conglomerate. If you are not guilty, you get to live above the water. If that's what it is, it's giving desperation, right?
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Silver?
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Oh?
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Oh, wait. So what happened with Silver and Malus? Did they get tried guilty and they're stuck here? Oh, it's giving like underworld kind of things. If you are... I know it's not Egyptian mythology, but like if you weigh the scales and like if you are just deemed guilty, you'll stay in a certain place forever. It's giving that now.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Okay, I hate that.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Ooh, it's giving very hive mind, similar to how the Alhaitham story quest was. It's either you come together, similar to like how the mushrooms in Nahida's story quest sacrifice themselves, become part as a whole to, like, you know, help her. Individualistic ideology versus group ideology.
And that is how we will enforce justice.
I like Malus and I love Silver. I miss them both. I guess whatever the water returns to, she's trying to like resist becoming part of a whole. Similar to how in the last Archon quest where we met, well, 2 Archon quests ago, in Act 2 when we meet all the people killed by Vache, they all became one individual Oceanid. So you need pieces of a to make the whole, kind of.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Stay strong, Navia. You got this.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
I love them both so much.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
That's not what justice means. Because a lot of people agree with the same thing doesn't mean that it's justice.
Don't let them escape. We shall keep Navia here with us.
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
What was that, Ocean?
Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Hello, Oceanid.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Oh, they're all Oceanid.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Whoa!
What's with these people?
They're not people anymore, buddy.
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Monsieur? What the hell are you doing here?
That's...
The Hydro Dragon? Yes, sit your ass down. Sit down. Thank you.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Maybe I miss you guys, Malus, okay?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oh.
Malus. Silver.
Oh, goodbye, Malus and Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Okay, but let me be sad for a minute.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
God damn it, we have to watch them say goodbye again.
No, wait! Just a second!
real sad.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Why is he here? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. Oh, I know you're the dragon, but it doesn't make sense. Oh, you, Mr. Neuvillette, you have some answers that I need from you. Okay, I have a lot of questions. I have many questions that I need you to answer right now.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So some people are dissolved and became Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Oh, I don't like that was in my ear. Nuvi, please.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Probably not.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
The abyssal ruin, you want to explain everything that's going on, sir?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Because things just happened and I would like explanations?
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
That you're just describing yourself, Paimon.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
That's not the reason why you pulled us over.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
He has something to talk about, but it can't concern Navia.
I suppose so.
You can't just... Nuvi, I love you. You're great. You're a great person. But explain everything that just happened to us right now. By the way, Sigewin sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
She's more worried about you, buddy.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
He's the Hydra Archon. What other explanation do you need? So many explanations, if anything.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
You know, he's just a little super shy now. Wait a minute while I make you mine.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Yeah, you're the expert here, Paimon, because you never shut up. What should we talk about?
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Bro, please, I'm begging you. Why is that the first thing you thought of?
Yes, of course.
He's the Hydro Dragon.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
That makes sense, right? He was supposed to meet us at Poisson, and then everyone was working in Poisson. The knave told him where to go. Okay, that makes sense why he just randomly showed up.
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we actually planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
It's kind of interesting that the knave is just telling everyone this information, including Monsieur Neuvillette, especially when she was like, oh, this information could have set a high price if I sold it, but I'm going to tell it to you for free. And now you're going to tell the Eudex too. I mean, he is part of a higher power, but also something don't seem right. I hope Navia can get back on her feet. She's gone through a lot. Bro, listen, the isekai truck has hit her really hard, okay? Love is a...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
I always mind your company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then! Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Hey, yo, there seems to be something on the wall. Oh,
Stone
prophecy.
Slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
It's giving me, okay, not for me to compare this to Hawkeye Star Rail, but remember when we were discovering what happened to Danheng? It's giving me that. Is Furina just Danheng? Is that what it is?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
No, we should read them.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
It's giving very much like a prophecy that's like tied to a samsara kind of thing.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
Maybe we just don't have the full story as to why Fontaine would be destroyed. Like, okay, if we're going along the theory that Fontaine has a lot of story arcs that revolve around omitting information, I think that the reasoning is behind that first slate, and there has to be a reason why Fontaine needs to be destroyed. Possibly for the good of other people.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
I'm assuming this is Celestia. This might be Agaria or the Golden Bee that was referenced by Riosley in the last Archon quest. And these are the sinners.
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
They do seem to match. But that means if this image is true... what are you doing? How do you know to just do that? He's a Hydro Dragon, but also, what the hell?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
It's not your job, and therefore it's fine.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Unless you can change your prophecy, you can change your fate. That's like the entire like, idea of Genshin being able to change your fate, or like the possibility of being able to change your fate. That's the whole reason why the Fatui are going against Celestia.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Maybe because they're in the wrong order.
Huh.
I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Unless she's already, another version of her is in the water. The one that's missing, you know, maybe not one of the personalities that Furina has right now, but possibly Egeria, or like another version of Egeria?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Unless it's not. It could be... Well, no, she's kind of right. It has to be the previous Hydro Archon, otherwise.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Interesting, so that is confirmed to be Egeria, and Neuvillette never met Egeria. So Neuvillette must have been born when Furina... So it had to be Egeria, then Furina, then Neuvillette came into being as the Hydra Sovereign.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
To Celestia.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Maybe to atone for other people. Okay, it's giving very Jesus, right? If Egeria is the Jesus figure in this story, she sacrifices herself on the behalf of other people.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
The Ordo, maybe? We know a lot that Renee tends to be very prophetical. I don't know the word for that.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
Furina would, unfortunately, know more information.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
How are we gonna get back is another question.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as a prophecy foretold or not.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Don't forget we've been told Egeria is also sin, so maybe the slate is not showing her sacrificing herself, but she's begging for forgiveness to Celestia. That's what I'm thinking too. She's becoming very much like... She's written in the way where she could be representing Jesus, like in a similar way. So I don't think she sinned. I think she tried to protect the people who sinned in Fontaine.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Okay, see you tomorrow, Navia.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
I mean, why wouldn't she answer his questions? Especially because they've been working so well together.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
It's literally his job, so...
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
I love her so much. Navia and Neuvillette both depart. You and Paimon head to Spino de Rosla base at Fleuve Cendre. I know they just pronounced this word, and I don't know how to pronounce it still.
We're finally back!
Oh, I forgot how echoey this place was. Please.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Hey, y'all cooking?
Yay! And there's good food, too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts!
Oh,
nice! These
the
are all
confit and garlic bread. Oh, and cake! Oh, you shouldn't have, Navia. This looks delicious.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Is that Mona? Ayo, no. I know Mona is tied to hydromancy. What is Mona doing here?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Mona, what are you doing here? Huh? Wait, she can help us answer the prophecy.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Right, you're right. She is part of the Seamber too.
Mona?
Lady Magistus, did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Unless?
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
I'm guessing the hotels are cheap down here and that's why you got it, but like, is she Fontainian?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
So she is actually from Mondstadt. She just has a lot of work in Fontaine and ties to Fontaine.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
To be fair, names have power, which is why Neuvillette never says his last name. It could be the same reason why Mona doesn't use her last name. There are ties to having last names with power, and I still don't know how that ties together, but we'll find out.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I'm sorry? Paimon, shut up, please.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
We kind of do know what her master's name is if we played the Hexenzirkel quest that explained all of the Hexenzirkel stuff.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
There you go.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
We've met the Hexenzirkel members. Have you not gotten pettiness from any of them? Like, Alice is super petty. Nicole seems to also be super petty, even though we only experienced her like once in the Sumeru Archon quest, but like, you know. It's literally just Mona the Great, which is, yeah, that makes sense for a wizard, magician, astrologist person.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname.
It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength traveler or triple appetite Paimon?
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
When are we going to see Dorman Port in Mondstadt? We're still missing Dorman Port. I want to see it.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Oh, so that was Mona's voice saying it. Interesting. Okay, I thought that was originally Navia's voice, but I can see... Their voices are more similar than I thought they would be.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Yeah, it's abyssal, probably. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Unless you're, like, Neuvillette and Furina, who's been worrying about it forever.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist.
Wow.
And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Which is dangerous.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
So Renee's theory is possibly tied to this, okay.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Renee exists, all right.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure?
Yes?
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Wait, we're finally gonna meet a Hexenzirkel member? Wait, I want to meet her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So, yes.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
I don't like that you were just lurking behind us the entire time, and now just come out of nowhere. Interesting.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Layla is still learning about the stars, that's correct.
Water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
I really want Layla and Mona to meet. I think that'd be fun. But also, I think he was listening in on this conversation the whole time. I don't know who this informant is for. Maybe Arlecchino, possibly. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
Okay. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
I'm still sleepy, yes.
But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were supposed to see Neuvillette.
you're here! Finally!
Sadine, you're worried? What happened?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
I don't like that. If you're worried about it... Uh-oh. The parents are fighting!
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Oh, they're having a full fight!
It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
I don't think she is.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
She knows, she doesn't want to tell. Why?
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
You know, though. Neuvie, do not abuse your power of court judge and put her on trial.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Because there's one person who knows everything and the other one doesn't!
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You two have been working with each other for so long, you don't think he's gonna keep watch on you?
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
And seniority means nothing here, Furina. But, okay, now that we're going into... I wonder if Furina has the same thing that Layla is going into. You know how Layla needs to, essentially switches between personalities? One of them, like, knows everything, they're, like, super smart and they do everything. The other one kind of just doesn't know that she exists. We might have the same situation happening here, except Furina knows who this other person is inside of her own body.
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
One of her is the performer on the stage. The other person is the stage crew. And the stage crew is really trying not to reveal any information at the moment.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Oh no, he's gonna make you discuss this matter.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Man, she booking it. Why is this in slow motion? I'm so concerned.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled and seems to be deliberately hiding something. What if this information about her being is something she had to hide from Neuvillette and Neuvillette has to discover along the lines of, like... I don't know. I think Neuvillette is the person that has to figure this out because it concerns him. Maybe the prophecy concerns Neuvillette in general.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yeah, because you left the door open.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Because it's something you have to find out for yourself sometimes. I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
I mean, are you surprised?
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
He's gonna... Neuvy, don't put her on trial.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
No!
Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Neuvy, this is a terrible idea.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Oh, I don't want to put her on trial. I don't. What if the Oratrice condemns her? Because it will. Let's be real. With the plot, the way the plot is going, it's gonna condemn her.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we'll need help. Are we gonna enlist the Fatui? This is a terrible idea.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh no, I think I know who to call. No, a few days later on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. No, I don't want to get the knave. Guys, I don't want to get the knave. This seems really bad. To have the knave stand trial against... Furina?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
I'll take a cup, Lene.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
You were gonna ask Fremy? Fremy's not gonna do shit.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
I like this rack transition that they did here. That's really nice.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Hello?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Oh my god, this is such a weird mix of people. We have the 3 kids from the House of the Hearth. We got Navia, and now we have the court justice?
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
See, I hate you for pointing out how many pairs of 3s there are in Fontaine, because now I see it everywhere. Because, okay, remember, the rule of 3 is very important in general cinematography and story writing. But not only that, it has ties to Christian ideology with the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. And if Fontaine is tied to a lot of Christian stories, the trios of 3 are all gonna work together.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Why is Clorand here? This is such a weird group of people.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Please, not the way that you sighed. I love this shot, by the way, with Clorand watching Lene and Lene watching Clorand. It's a very interesting shot.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Yeah, but you have information, I guess. Her eyes are so pretty.
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
They are so close together. They are girlfriends, Your Honor. This one shot has confirmed for the fact, Mr. Judge Neuvillette, I would like to pose the order that these two are girlfriends. Thank you. That's it.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh, he's just like, Neuvillette is a true ally. He's just like, you know what? Let the girlies do their thing, you know?
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Hunting what?
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
And that's who Anne was a part of the Marechaussee Hunters.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
So that's their job?
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Interesting.
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Interesting.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Who are we trapping?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Wow, Liddy, you're great.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
I agree with Fremine's point, honestly.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Linnea's just like, I will help out on the side. And honestly, as you should, Lynette, as you should.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Karan, please, explain more.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
Yeah, because you're the Hydro Dragon. Next!
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
I'm not sure how this relates to the whole Furina situation. I need them to explain this part.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Cloron's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at the present. Nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. I wonder why they're putting in this quote. Is it to, like, subdue expectations of what could be possibly happening? What you need is simply the secret she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you'll need.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
The side eye she is giving is everything right now.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
You feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
This is such a... I don't know. The way that Paimon's so encouraging right now, when the rest of the Archon quest, she was kind of like... I don't know. She was kind of shit-talking me. I'm just saying. So... What's with the change of pace, Paimon?
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong? Something's up.
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
That's in Hexen... No. Okay, this specific mug was used during the Hexenzirkel reveal quest, and it's the same teacup that's in the Dawn Winery. That... who is it? Is it Nicole? Is it, the Trimistis? Like, is it Alice? Who is it? Tell us.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
I have multiple times. It was in the Hexenzirkel Windbloom event, and it was also in the Dawn Winery with Diluc, because I pay attention to those things. And also, it's the same pattern as his coat, which is really suspicious. Okay, I would like to know who showed up.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
That is not Nicole's voice.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Is it actually Nicole's voice?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you, Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
She sounds a bit different, I'm not gonna lie, but maybe I just haven't experienced the Archon quest in Sumer. It's been a while since 3.2.
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh, so you came on behalf of Mona. Friend's disciple. So this was one of the friends of Mona's master? The enanic N of the Hexenzirkel? Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
There it is again, fate. Can there really be no exception?
Ah, so you've caught on.
Thank you, because if you guys, the Hexenzirkels, can mess around with Irminsul, something can be changed clearly.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
That line doesn't make any sense to me, I'm not gonna lie. I guess it's gotta do with fixed points, like if prophecies are the future seen by gods, that anything that isn't explicitly stated is up for change. I mean, when we reset Irminsul for Wanderer, there are fixed points in time. I'm gonna go into Doctor Who a little bit, okay? There are fixed points in time that cannot change, right? There's some things that we can change, but those fixed points can never change because those are points that influence the rest of the story, kind of. So I feel like they're going down a similar Doctor Who route where, like, you know, things are timey-wimey except for certain things, like, I don't know, the destruction of your people. Yes, so how the minor details are how they can come about to change. That's the exact quote I was looking for. People assume that time is a strict progression of cause to effect, but actually, from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. The tea in the teacup is just about as gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
I mean, the part that we're playing, if we're going by the rules of the Ordo and that specific kind of story, remember how Renee was just like the only thing that can change this is an outsider, someone from the overworld or something like that, right? The only thing that can change fate for the view of Renee is an accident, in other words, us, exactly, and we're the perfect accident.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
But the teacup is still here. Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed, something asleep. You wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
I'm doing all the work.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Well, this is normal, okay? This is the back and forth. You have to have humor in a friendship, okay?
Mona!
How have you been doing these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Is it Charlotte?
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
No, not every god is omniscient. That's why some of the gods are flawed. Have you not read any kind of mythology?
The Hexenzirkel members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Bro, I'm lost 24/7. I need a Nicole in my life.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa, the Hexenzirkel sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Yeah, they might be drinking a whole lot of primordial seawater or abyssal goop or something. Let's be real here. I bet the Genius Society is in contact with the Hexenzirkel through Alice, and that's why there's a glider in the Hydra space station, right? Honestly.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
We're just thinking, buddy.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
No worry about it, Mona. Thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Bye, Mona.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Okay, Paimon. When does Paimon ever want to go for a walk?
City, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Do we? Have we been above ground enough to know this? Like...
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
It's probably Charlotte.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
I love this theme.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blinded adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Why does it sound like a visual novel? Like, I understand the yellow journalism in, like, Fontaine, but, like, this seems like a visual novel than anything else.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Because she is, you know, you have to... The photographer always sneaks up, and that's the truth, okay?
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
What? Huh? Isn't that the cake that Furina likes or something? It hasn't been sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! I'm sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us!
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia!
It's Sadine.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wow, I know that is probably not meant as an insult from him or from you, but also f you. First of all, that's so rude. Second of all, you're not wrong.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Probably not. I don't think Neuvillette would actually say something like that, though.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences
Never
when it
mind,
comes
okay.
to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
You know what? You're good. You're good for that. I like you. I like you for that.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
As you should. Pop off, queen.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
What? Paimon, are you okay? Are you in the depressy-wessy? Are you good? Do you need a hug? Like, I get it. We're dealing with the prophecy thing, but like...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
I really like her. I really like her. That's actually such a good attitude to have.
No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
That's really sweet of you. You bought cake for us with your own money? Oh, that's so sweet of you.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Not her going like, yeah, so we found out that the humans can do a heckin' sad. And the only remedy is eating food. Like, my guy, sometimes if you have too much of the big sad, you have to go to a therapist.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You 2 try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea! It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow! Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Oh, Paimon! Paimon! I'm so sad. What happens if we talk to her? Like, do we get anything? Okay, so there's no voices. Never mind. I guess we leave. Fine then.
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Why was that so malicious sounding? A Melisy from the Marshu...
Wow! What? If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes. It's... something.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
I let the reporter do her work like him. Can we negotiate a profit split? Actually, that's probably a good idea.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
I appreciate that, though. That she's kind of just like, oh, I wrote an article about you, and I kind of want to discuss, like payouts and everything because I use that for you. Like, she took the initiative to actually come to me and be like, hey, I did this about you. I would like to actually pay you for this thing. That's actually really sweet of her. I like Charlotte.
It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Food?
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
I mean, you kind of already wrote something about me. We might as well have that interview, you know? Are we gonna get paid for it? That'd be great.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
We're the renowned travelers. I think we're qualified enough.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Props? What kind of interview is this?
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
I really, really actually liked her response so much. That's actually such a good way to think about it. Like, okay, I'm kind of going to relate prophecy to death for a little bit, because you never know when death will sneak up on you, especially like deaths of a loved one or deaths of a friend or like anything like that. You will never know when that's going to happen. And if you suddenly did know, the most you can do is kind of live day to day until things actually happen. So you should try and enjoy the things that you have at the moment and just try to make the world a better place. I think that's like kind of the vibe I'm getting for a lot of these like Fontainian characters. It's kind of just like, if the worst of the worst were to come out tomorrow and we would have no other choice but to endure it, maybe you should cherish the things that you do have from day to day. That's all you can do.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Oh, we're taking a look at the sea. I don't like that.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Unless it all drowns tomorrow. Oh, look, there's a time trial I haven't done yet. Paimon, you okay?
Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Enjoy the time that you have before everything ends.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
I see that we have the same mindset, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah. The banter goes back and forth between you two as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rusula safe house at the Fleur Cassandre. I love these little moments with Traveler and Paimon, right? It's nice to hear Traveler as their own independent person and Paimon as someone who's not just a caricature, you know? Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with you two. All goes well. Something's about to happen, because I don't like how prophetical things are getting. Especially because we don't know what the trap is.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
But we got free food in the Fortress of Mirapede, that's all I'm saying.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Why is Isadora okay?
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Sure, let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
I'm sorry, the what? Called it a riot?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Well, that's kind of
loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Why does that sound like Fatui, Arlecchino kind of vibes? I don't know.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oh, so her perfectly crafted image is starting to break. Interesting.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree.
People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
I mean, you're going to blame a figurehead if they're like the figurehead of anything, so that would make sense. They're supposed to be in charge, and they also take all the blame.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
I do feel bad for Furina, though, because she should be able to enjoy the opera as much as anyone else and not get harassed, you know?
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation. I don't.
Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Okay, interesting. So the Archon is gone. I guess she kind of hid away because she didn't want to get harassed by the people again. But I guess this might be the trap we're setting up with Neuvillette. But I don't know, because they didn't explain what we were doing in order to get Furina to actually pay attention to the situation, you know? Okay, so that is part of the plan.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels had an effect on you. You actually grown a brain cell.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come! Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
It's almost like there's a marker against her.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh, stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you don't have to play the act anymore. We get it. We get it. It's fine. You're allowed to cry. Girlie needs a hug. Girlie needs therapy, that's for sure.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
We found you, but okay. Sure. We'll do that.
Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Maréchal de Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Furina, stop trying to act tough. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Oh, well, that's... oh, well, that's fun.
Quick, after her!
Uh-oh. This was definitely staged. These are all people from Poisson.
Those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Girly Pop, those are mobs, and the response to mobs is running.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Girl, what are you doing?
Furina just ran off.
And she's gone.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Bye, I guess. Oh, she's going. Bye. Oh. Man, these are the slowest runners in existence. Damn, it's just a light sprint for y'all. This is definitely staged, though. 100%. I don't think they're actually part of the mob. Because why would they not see Paimon right there? My guy.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
We're gonna lock her in a room?
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
We're gonna lock her in a room. She's gonna be stuck here. And we're gonna have to... It's the trope where we get stuck in the closet and then we have to talk about our feelings.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Girl, the place is not what I called soundproof. You might want to shut the fuck up.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Hey, yo, not Paimon calling someone a good girl. Damn, okay. Well, that's not fun.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster's just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Wow, we're finally getting information from you. Thank you. Actually speaking about your feelings. Who could have thought?
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
I mean, Fontaine can go underwater, but if you evacuate everyone before, you know, everything goes underwater, you will rescue the people of Fontaine, right? Wouldn't that just work? Even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
I'm telling you, there has to be some kind of Layla thing going on here, because the way that she switched, either she's just a really good actor or she's two different personalities. Furina 3 therapy, it's working. As long as it's working and it gets to her head.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden?
Yeah, you need more than one person to help you with this, buddy.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. You know, talk to a therapist. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Yeah, and I'm the person in the prophecy that can mess with everything, so I think it's good to talk to me.
And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Ooh, cutscene? No, okay. Oh? Tell us. That's not good. What? That's the trap. That's it. Whoa! We were so close to getting some information.
Ladies
Lene!
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Lene, I know you were setting a trap and baiting it, but I was so close, buddy.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Lene, we were so close. You couldn't have done this any other time?
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
I mean, that's why we have amendments, because there are differences in justice. There's a reason why documents get changed and rules are changed when people change. The concept of justice is tied to their people.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Oh god, I don't like that we're against Neuvillette right now.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Yes! There she is. It's her job.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
She's getting defensive, which is not good.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
Because, I don't know, maybe she doesn't want to fight. Like, I thought we would be the only ones to fight the gods. I mean, did they really get into a fight, though?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! My guy, that is not something to clap about. Sit your ass down.
Oh, now we're making history.
I'm Neuvillette. Oh my god.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I don't know.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Neuvy?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh! It's me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well.
I feel bad.
Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
I feel so bad because we were just having that therapy session before, and now it's just like, oh, now I'm gonna accuse you of stuff. Like, oh, that feels kind of shitty. I'm not gonna lie. Fontaine just shows how a god should have been treated after doing some shit. Exactly, like she's actually being held accountable by her people. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance of figuring everything out. I'm sorry, Furina. I feel bad.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
I'm not gonna lie, that thud from his cane was not it sounded weaker than I expected. I'm not gonna lie.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula. since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Also, where's the person? Are they all the way in Poisson? Like, can we get them back? What happens to the person that they teleported?
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
How did you guys drag that house without Furina, like, feeling the waves of, like, you know, things moving? That
we had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So they made another tunnel. Okay, that's fine.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's kind of crazy that you would build an entire house to do it.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for
I love her.
Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Well, actually, not quite.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong. Objection. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
She thinks we're in on it. I don't like that. Well, everyone else is kind of just like, you know, trying to dig into her. So of course you would think like, oh, everyone's against me. Therefore, I think my closest friends are also against me too. You know? I mean, we're not her closest friends, but like, hey, we were having a heart-to-heart. She could have told us.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
This girl needs therapy because now she's not going to be able to trust anyone. I don't like that for her. Yeah. I also want that information. She feels so betrayed. I would feel so bad for her because we literally had that heart-to-heart. We were just like, hey, it's fine. You don't have to shoulder your burden on yourself. And now we're all just like, nah, we're all going to attack you now. That's so messed up. That is like literally, like, you're all terrible. We're all terrible people.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yep, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. You know, casually, again. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Huh. I would never have thought of using it that way, especially because people's word of mouth would have been wrong anyway. Just because someone says something doesn't mean that it's accurate to what actually happened.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Oh, I should probably read these out. Became Linnea's attorney. The murder case unfolded in the midst of Linnea and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents in the House of Hearth were revealed. The truth behind the serial disappearances of young women case. Turns out that Fontainians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Vacher kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiments to try and find a way to bring back his wife, who had also been dissolved.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Childe's conviction. Though Neuvillette believed Childe to be innocent, the Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end. Even Furina doesn't know why.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
The meeting with the Knave. During the diplomatic meeting with the Knave, she revealed that she had already probed Furina on her own and believes it's possible that not only is Furina not really the Archon, but that she actually afflicted with some curse. How would Charlotte have known this? And why would we tell Charlotte?
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The intrusion of the Primordial Sea into the fortress of Meripede. The entrance of the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone in the fortress of Meripede, and recently the Primordial Sea has nearly broken out. It is only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Childe and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
The whale in the dream. You saw Childe floating in the sea in the dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Navia falling into the seawater. While exploring the ruin near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navia fell into water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spina Jerusalem prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Tea time with N. N communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you shouldn't give up all hope.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
Yeah, there's a process, my guy.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance,
not the lead
I still haven't
actress.
even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Hey, yo, Zach Lines, let's go. It's giving Ace Attorney, it is.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What?
Wait, What was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
What?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Is she actually a human?
Charge accepted.
What?
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Okay, but now I would like to define what an Archon is, because an Archon could be several different things. It could be a wind spirit. It could be an elemental dragon. It can be a lady that locks herself up and is basically a puppet at this point, a human-made flesh puppet. Nahida's literally a child that grew from a branch. What defines an Archon in this case?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
An Oceanid.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
There's tons of beings that can live over 500 years. There's like hilichurls and everything. I gotta think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Ooh, okay, so we're doing this. Okay, so she seems to be held under the whole, like...
First of all,
the thing that Nave says.
You may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Okay, it doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
I mean, I guess. I mean, here's the thing. Like, it could be a Seelie, exactly. There's Melazines, Hilichurls, Abyss Order, Vishafts, Dragons, Adepti, Seelie. Like, there's so many people that live long lives. Like, come on. Girl's argument's flimsy as paper. Like, literally, she's not the first long life species. Like, Neuvillette has lived a long life and he's not an Archon. Like, come on, my guy, my dude, my bro.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
So, Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
And knowing what we know of the Narcissan Crux Ordo, there's been people that's been transformed into other beings that have long lifespans and stuff, so, like...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Okay, where your gnosis at then?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
But you didn't create that. That was your previous successor. That one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. It was, this one. Childe's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Childe to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
That's very authoritarian of you, and I notice you changed into your dark clothing outfit, and I'm scared now.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Because he would rather, stick by the law book than anything else, even favors.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Childe was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
But it wasn't you controlling it. Wasn't it the previous Hydro Archon that created the Oratrice?
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can't put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration on your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
I don't know. The Childe could do it, Nahida could do it, you can do it.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Ooh, a brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision? Is Furina gonna get a vision by the end of this?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Is she gonna get a vision bestowed onto her?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Okay, but you still have power over Hydro, so that your argument doesn't make sense here.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Yeah, that's probably, you're probably the most magnanimous god if that is the case.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Technically, yes.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
You're giving me very, Marie Antoinette right now, and no, there's a reason why the French rioted.
Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
It can't be Neuvillette, right?
If
but he's the Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
No evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Well, we don't know what happened after to the old Hydro Archon after she died, other than her body is currently in Sumeru, but
wow.
Is it still with Egeria?
Yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't an Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human... we are not putting her to seawater. We are not putting her to seawater.
That doesn't sound right.
Okay.
Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
I was going to say we can't have put her into the water.
It has been established.
We are not putting her into the water.
Archonians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
I guess wrong version of the water, but we're not putting her in the Fontaine water.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
But But we don't know if Fontainian gods can't dissolve into... Well, wait, no, but the prophecy says everything will dissolve except for the god. Oh, I guess that could work, but man, that's a stretch. What if you don't know if the god can dissolve?
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Damn, he said no favorites.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
It's going to be, because this is the last part of the Archon quest.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
God, this seems like a witch trial.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
I mean, unless she's a plant from, like, a different nation, and, like, that could mess your entire case up. Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
No, but he paused for a moment. He really doesn't want her to do something stupid.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
What?
Hey!
She actually... She didn't know if that was gonna work. She definitely did not know if that was gonna work.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Okay, but Neuvillette did the same thing too, right? When he rescued Navia, as long as she retained her consciousness, she would have not been dissolved, right?
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
I mean, it doesn't prove that you're an Archon, it proves that your consciousness is strong.
Miss Sigewinne? If you are present, Miss Sigewinne, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Sigewinne? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Man, they let her out of the cage of the prison? Let's go!
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Sigewinne.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, that's true, because we did see Fremi swim through the primordial seawater that was slightly diluted and she was fine. So, okay, so it's diluted primordial seawater. I thought it was straight up primordial seawater.
Thank you, Miss Sigewinne. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Betrayed you? Yeah! What's really going on here? Furina can't have not known the consequences of touching the water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Because everyone drowns and the Archon sits alone in her throne.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Because you're the type of person to be like being the Lulu is the Salulu, and you would do it, okay? Just plead guilty.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I feel so bad. No, we can't. No, I believe you. No, I believe you. Please.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
I get it. You're human. You haven't discovered your powers yet. You haven't come into the being of being a full Hydro Archon. It's okay. You can be human. You don't have to be like this.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Oh god, it's just like at the fountain. Oh, hello, we're playing Omori, I guess.
Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
I think this is what they mean when she sits quietly alone.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice
On her own
Mécanique
throne.
d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Hey, yo, what'd you say? The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale? One last Honkai Star Rail warp. I don't think she's come into full being as her powers of an Archon. I think that's what it is.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent? I'm not sure.
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
Not quite.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Because you f around and you find out, Paimon.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
So we can prove that the Oratrice is wrong.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
The shit's broken and the Gnosis is not in the Oratrice. Or the Gnosis is broken or corrupted by things.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Fremy, my boy? What? Anything for you, Fremy. What's going on?
Is the trial still going?
Yes.
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Oh, we're about to get the backstabbing of our lives, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
I knew it! With some help from other Fatui, Fremine brings out a stone slate onto stage.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Where'd they find that? It's Egeria holding up... Unless that's the primordial one. Oh, wait, no. Could that be the story of the primordial one and the Moon Sisters?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
And this is why you're my favorite Femine.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
It's okay.
Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's okay, baby boy. Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
That hum was very close to my ear, and I don't appreciate that.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Yes, please. I would like lore. Give lore.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
That was the crime?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
Unless he means Egeria, the original Hydro Archon.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
The association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Oh, okay. Select to check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incident recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Was that the original sin?
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
With the primordial sea water.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
It can't be in the right order then. The real events related to the prophecy on the slates. The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. The first piece that was originally missing had been found by Fremine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using the divine power to turn Oceanids into people. And we know that can be reversed because of Navia's story.
That doesn't sound quite...
Okay, maybe not. Was it this version of it? Okay.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Okay, I know everyone was just like... There was a theory that the people of Fontaine were Oceanids. Or, no, they were Hydro Eidolons, if I remember Ashikai's theories correctly. I guess this falls into the same line of theory. It would make more sense that they're Oceanids, but like... And we've seen Oceanids turn into humans. A lot.
That doesn't...
I don't know which one it is. There we go.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before.
Oh,
The
we're in a
true
samsara
sin
again.
Of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Prophecy Slate 3. The stone slates in the ruin showing the prophecy describes a history of the future. This is the third slate. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. I guess Navia's story would work? Yeah.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When
You have to
Navia
become
fell
one of
into
them.
the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
So they have to become part of the... Okay, so they have to become part of the consciousness. Prophecy Slate 4. The stone slates in the ruin showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. This is the fourth slate. It shows a scene that's basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontainians will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. I guess tea time with N.
That doesn't sound quite right.
Okay, I'm not right. Fine,
The
Neuvillette's
prophecy
one.
from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first.
And that's the
fortress
only piece of
Meropide
information
was
they
nearly
had.
flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Or it's already happened.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
I don't know if this... I don't know. I don't know what to think. Maybe it's not in the right order. Maybe this has already happened. Maybe we're stuck in another samsara. Again.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations!
Yeah, it's the last part of the Archon quest, my guy. It has to be shocking.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
the second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Not the screw Celestia, I'm screaming. Fuck Celestia, all my homies hate them.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Okay, newbie, show us your stuff. What you
When we were
got?
at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
I would like Ray Chase to not do that in my ear, thank you.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Interesting. It's like weird evolution theory, like fish coming out to land, but also tied with a lot of biblical inspiration, which is kind of interesting, actually.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Wow, they represented the lore skippers so well.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian. But it does answer a lot of our questions.
But that means that then the Oratrice definitely has to have the Gnosis, because if the Gnosis was bestowed upon by Celestia to give to the gods, then of course it would judge it unfairly, because Celestia already judged her thousands of years ago.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they're in the right order. What's the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is...
the trial.
That the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
So this was part of the prophecy.
Yes. It refers to our present situation.
And she's crying alone in her throne. Alone. Because everyone has turned against her.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy...
we've already fulfilled it.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems... we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
We've already fulfilled the prophecy. I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
You guys need to apologize to her? I'm screaming. We kind of do, though. This is messed up.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
It's already happened.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be... oh? What is this true source of the
This
catastrophe?
eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Oh. Why is this one the only one where I have to verify the truth? The intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress of Meripede. The secret of the fortress of Meripede has been protecting its entrance to the primordial sea. Though Neuvillette has sealed it once more, just how long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from there. God, the whale. God, it's all the whale's fault.
And reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, I don't like that it turned purple abyssal thingy. Up, and there we go. It's begun. Time to return to Oceanid. How convenient that the whale shows up in the middle of the Oratrice. Do you mind? We are having a trial here. Oh, hello, sir? Yeah, Neuvy, what do you think that was gonna do? Oh. That's not good. Hello, Jonah. Oh God. Are you okay, buddy? Oh, that's not good. Oh, we're gonna have to rescue him, huh? I never thought I'd say this, but I'm happy to see the ginger boy. Yeah, same, unfortunately.
It's way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Convenient plot device is convenient. That's right. I wager that's also the one that Childe saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat.
What?
It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Machiavelli, could you get rid of your whale, please?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Oh, so we're just a little crunchy snack for the whale, huh?
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
Kind of reminds me of the whale decoration in that's what I'm saying. Machiavelli, get your whale. Like, come on, buddy. Is that a descender? You think the whale is a descender? If anything, Skirk would be the descender, right? Thumbs down referencing Greek emperor. I don't know if it's Greek or not good with history. I think it's Roman, if I'm remembering correctly. The Romans were the ones that had the Colosseum, and they did the thumbs down whether or not they were entertained and stuff. Or maybe that's just the movie. That could be that.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Thanks, Childe, I guess.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Well, it's our turn to actually participate because we're the outsider that's gonna get rid of it all.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Oh, we're thinking. We're using our big brain.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait. But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy would be fulfilled, there's still a way to save everyone? That's what I was saying. If you guys figure out a way to save everyone, that's fine. The prophecy can happen. It's just you need to rescue everyone. Did I miss something? Oh, I don't like that. It turned to the shot of the Oratrice. Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Oh. Hi, Oratrice, what's going on?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Yeah, okay, but she's not here, my guy. Oh, wait, she is. Someone get Furina.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Yeah, Zach, get it. Where did I go is another question. Why did Furina go down there? And where am I? Oh.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
It has
Marvelous.
to be.
A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
Okay, so Egeria is like officially, definitely dead in Sumru. So you did this entire thing to fool Celestia, and if the Gnosis in the Oratrice, of course it's fooling Celestia. Okay.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Oh, well, thanks.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
I feel so bad. I feel awful. This is... Once again, I would like to reiterate to never trust an Archon, because why would you think to do this? I understand trying to trick the heavenly principles. She's just a tech girl who just wanted to not be in the limelight, and she was forced to perform for more than hundreds of years.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh. I came into contact with Furina's tears. I remember correctly, tears often contain being strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like what I did with the Oceanids at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait. Could this be Furina's inner world? Furina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can indirectly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not going to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Oh, I have to walk up to her. The opera of who? Norsure and Blancheur. Black and white. Okay. Ah, of course you would lock me in here. I wanted to see if there's a way out. I would like a way out. No! No, I don't. I feel bad. No. No. Don't do this to me, Genshin. I don't want to confront her. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything that's happened to you, Furina. I'm sorry.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
It's me, Furina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me, don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here. Just let the stage lights go off, please, only for 1 second.
I am Focalor.
That way I become myself again.
Countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even with her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydra Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have that impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Let's get rid of that light. Spotlights
Dear
off.
audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ha! Joke's on you! I used to work tech! Get these lights out of here! What do you mean? Oh, I can't do it in combat? Fine, Neuvillette can take care of it. Just some usual maintenance. As soon as I get someone out here that can actually punch something. We can handle this, trust.
Bow your head.
Get out of here.
The tides beckon.
Could you please stop spinning everywhere, though? I would appreciate that. Get out of here.
What gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards?
Sure.
Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Girly Pop, I'm the only audience you got right now. You're alone in your throne right now. Oh, shackles and chains? A silence without end. Oh god, this is all very metaphorical.
Bow your head.
One more. Get that last one out of here. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that add up here? A golden ticket. Interesting. Oh. Am I the audience member? Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Oh, hi. I don't like how Omori it is. Wait. This is her black fit. This is giving very Alice in Wonderland. It's like if Alice is like
Furina.
The queen of hearts.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me? How can this be?
I'm you, but hotter.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror Me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this.
She's so fair. Even before it all, she wanted to save the people, knowing she would suffer anyway. I mean, it's the concept of sacrificing your individuality for the sake of other people. I think that's her version of justice.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
to accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh, girl, you don't... Be careful of what you wish for, sweetie. Scene 2. A session speech. Furina. God, okay. So this is her assuming the throne. There's still no people. And there's no sound. So eerie.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Interesting stage directions you have.
Should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Oh, but then she let the comments get to her, and that's how she got this personality.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely, but with conviction, or summon courage. That was the old one, so this is the new one.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine!
End the speech empathically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
And that would have gotten, because the belief of the people in the god, even though she is a figurehead, would still have given power to Focalor specifically.
So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
You poor thing. Scene 3, Opera House, Furina. She is really good at this. And that's not always a great thing. Oh, she's running. Oh, we running now. Okay. Okay, okay, a bed, a table, Neuvillette's seat?
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Oh, okay. God, how long has she been waiting? She's waiting for the trial to put an end to her suffering? Exactly.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice,
should serve as a fine change of pace.
Ah, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Okay. So we're just sowing the belief that we are the god. God, this plot's taken years to develop.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Oh god. Okay, a bed?
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
She's just slipped into her personality.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House, Furina. And she just kept researching it. Scene 182375, Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
20 generations?
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
I love this shot because it makes her faceless. She's no longer her. She is just the Hydra Archon, not even herself anymore.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
I'm sorry, that's all I'm gonna call crying for now. I'm sorry, I'm not crying, it's just the overflow of hydro from my person, you know? I'm not crying at all, like damn.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Girl, she is crying and smiling at the same time, and I just want to hug her.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
No, okay, remember after the second part of the Archon quest from like when Vache got drowned into the water, that was the line. That was her saying it. That was her in the fountain.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh my god, the shot of her praying as the Hydra Archon to the actual Hydra Archon. Oh god, and there's so many lines on the back. Scene 182376 Opera House, Furina, and...
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
She was gonna tell us. She was gonna tell us. And she would have been seconds away from destroying the prophecy. She was so close to have a friend, and we took it all away from her. We're terrible people. We're terrible. We're awful.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Is that my voice? Is this a scene from when we were within the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she needed to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
That's why she wanted to tell us, because it wouldn't have broken the prophecy if no one knew except for me. Because we can remember Rukkhadevata's being, even though it was erased from Erdmisol. So technically, by that logic, if Furina told us who she really was, it wouldn't have affected anything. But because we ended up in the Opera Epiclese, she would have had other witnesses.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Okay, can I pose a weird parallel that I've kind of been noticing with Furina? I know personally I've been referencing Furina as kind of like this social media influencer, and God, if this quest didn't confirm that for me, I don't know what does. I don't know how many of you guys are streamers, and I don't know how many of you perform exactly, but when you're on your stage, right, whether it be Twitch or YouTube or your physical stage, if you're doing it online, if you're performing, you are always in the spotlight. Even I right now, to you, am in the spotlight. There are eyes on me at the moment via you, via chat, and that's not on the fault of you. That is on the fault of me placing myself above you guys in this space to present to you. When you get off the stage, you might still retain that personality that you were on stage, but at the same time, no one is their true selves on stage. There's a reason why the social media lifespan for content creators tend to be around 5 to 7 years. If they become a version of Furina, as in they don't accept their truest self and try to perform for an audience, try to perform for like their chat or something. And don't get me wrong, I don't think everyone intends to do that. I think some people are very, very genuine in how they are on their stage. But it does get tiring. It will get tiring pretending to be someone you're not. At some point, you have to accept who you are. And that's the truth. Are we all really ourselves when we perform to others? It doesn't even have to be a performance upon like, I don't know, video format or like physical stage format. It could be performing to another person. It might be you pretending to be someone you're not to impress someone else. It could be you pretending to play a part in a role of someone you care about in their lives. And then suddenly, if you don't fulfill that role, that person leaves. Eva's saying we're all actresses. I'm just saying, all the world's a stage. And we are all just actors upon this stage. There are some things that we would never put in the spotlight. And I think maybe some of us need to think about what those things are. What are you thinking about? What are you hiding away from your spotlight? Maybe it's time to think about that. Maybe it's time for you to turn off that spotlight. Maybe you should just be able to be yourself. Why are you so scared of being yourself? Why are you not allowing yourself to be the person who you really want to be? If you are pretending to be someone you're not, why would you do that? For the sake of other people? For the sake of feeling like you're going to fail that one person that you really care about? For the fear of, I don't know, maybe disappointing your parents? Fear of rejection? Maybe we should all step away from the spotlight a little bit. Maybe we should all become not the actors on the stage, but instead, maybe we should just allow ourselves to be the techies in the dark. Don't believe everything social media tells you, because social media will only paint you in one light. You will only post the fun things that are going on in your life. Would you actually post things that are really upsetting? I don't know, like your truest thoughts? Would you ever put your truest thoughts on social media? That's another question. You don't need to pretend anymore, you guys. You can be yourself. And that's okay. You are allowed to be this imperfect person. No one is perfect. Don't ever think that everyone and anyone can be perfect. Everyone can make mistakes. We are all human after all. You're allowed to be the most imperfect self that you are. Masquerade the guilty? We're all guilty. We're all guilty of trying to play pretend. And you know what? Maybe it's time to stop playing nice. Maybe you're allowed to be the person who you want to be, okay? Maybe it's time for us to stop pretending that everything's fine. Maybe it's time to stop and say, hey, maybe it's not fine right now, but it's okay. We can fix it.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
She was so close to revealing everything to us. She trusted us. And that's it.
Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
So she would have faked it anyway? That actually breaks my heart.
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
That's heartbreaking, knowing that she wouldn't even have told us.
Fine.
Oh, Zach.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Is her voice different, Focalor? Yes. Her voice is not in the high-pitched range that she normally is. It's much in her speaking range. It's a bit lower. It's a lot lower, actually.
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
The gnosis was in the Oratrice the entire time, and so was Focalor.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Yes, this is the best outcome that could have happened.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Listen, every single one of these Archons have just been martyrs. Why would Focalor be any different?
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Oh, Hydro Dragon, please don't cry.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Stealing the power that wasn't theirs? Absolutely.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
So justice continues to evolve and change every single time a new hold takes power. Interesting.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
The spotlight is the executioner's table. Goodbye, Focalor. Also, did she not think that Neuvy would have trauma from this? Like, come on. Furina would be alone, crying on her throne. Thank you, Furina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we could. God, he's so pretty. He's so pretty. Oh, buddy.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
He's so pretty. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Oh.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh, he's taking charge. Come on, Neuvillette, you got this. Become your first act as the true Hydro Sovereign. Have fun.
Wait, didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
He got his powers back. So, like he said in the last Archon quest, actually.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the Oratrice can no longer function,
once again,
I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Oh god, not again. You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal.
Oh, great. So that's a really normal-ass name for whatever reason.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
God, this shot is gorgeous. Ah, The standing alone amidst the crowd of people who are blurred out. Beautiful. I got your back, Neuvillette. Quite literally, I can see your back. Is this how Ryosley feels? Just looking at his back the entire time? You know, the glance up, glance down, glance up. Oh god, I don't want to fight the whale, I don't want to fight the whale, I don't want to fight a whale!
We're going to execute it? Ooh. But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
It's huge and I have a terrible team comp.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. But considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Okay, got you. Use your dragon powers, buddy. Whee! Oh god, it barely did anything. I help.
I can feel it.
Oh?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Okay.
This could get a little chilly.
in the whale, which is not what I wanted to do.
Be sanctified.
You have hydro resistance, don't you? Oh, you do. You do have hydro resistance. Boo. I literally have 2 hydro, 2 cryo. Please, dear God, help. What?
A moment, please.
Oh God. Okay.
The all-devouring Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Okay.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Okay. I'm doing something. Oh god, it's breaking through the sky. Fun. Sky's fake, sky's fake. Sky's fake. What? Oh god, I feel it. This went very Doctor Who-like. Hello.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Wait, this music kind of sick though. Wait, this kind of a banger. God, and you look like a ruined serpent, and I hate that. Oh god, oh god, oh god, it's going to kill me, it's going to kill me, it's going to murder, it's going to mortar.
I have granted you my protection.
Yeah, I granted you my protection. I need food. I need so much food right now. Oh my god. What food do I... Let's do that. There we go.
Action. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Ah! Why is the floor empty? Stop.
Silence.
Oh god, it's giving me Star Rail kind of music vibes, honestly.
Please.
Oh, don't kill me. Oh god, none of these characters are built. Dear god. Okay, I did something. What is going on? Oh. What the heck is... Why did it turn into a shrimp? Oh, that's a black hole. Hi there. Did you just chuck Childe into the void? We kind of need him back. Unfortunately, I actually do have to rescue him, according to plot.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
My master's pet?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Hi, Skirk. How's it going?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Childe's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring Narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
That's because we don't have it right now, so...
So you may speak to me as equals.
Okay, who would take the all-devouring Narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring Narwhal.
So this is getting planetary, is what I'm saying.
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
It is a very pretty whale.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
Not Paimon calling her dumb.
The point being?
Well,
not her not getting the point.
This pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Childe's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him.
Him.
Sorry, I assumed you did.
Primordial one?
His name is Sertologi.
Who?
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Who?
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Like the Fowl Legacy?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Rhindaughter we've heard of.
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexenzirkel. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring Narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Oh, well, that's not good.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Well, there's little to be surprised about, Paimon. We did know that this was going to be happening. It's natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
So everyone returned back to... Oh, everyone survived. But now are in the middle of the sea.
Hey! Help! Over here!
And Rio did provide those boats, I'm assuming. big boat.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Oh, and search and rescue operations with Frimine.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved.
She's finally free.
Prophecy was wrong.
She can be herself. Oh?
The soil renewed! The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have just been the real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them at their full capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
You're still trying to get an interview at Rio? Just ask Neuvillette.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
I think with the way the story is written, I think this also has to be my favorite. It has a very fun hero's arc. Similar to how epics were written for like Greek epics and like Roman epics and stuff like that. It has a very clear start to finish. You have a very strong story. Act 3 is probably the weakest one that kind of didn't make the most sense other than to establish, hey, Rio has a boat. And that's it. Other than that, this story was a banger. It's just so good.
it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as Espina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
We all knew this.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Anyway, they were, construction mates? They were construction mates.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Do me a solid, my guy. This is the scoop of the century.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
They're all so cute. They're so cute.
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Paimon always looks cute in the shots.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes more pictures of Poisson and the clicking of shutters and also to them rapid fire interviews.
That should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. but I would prefer chocolate should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me. I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sigewin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
She's gonna have a very specific way of putting that on you, buddy, but sure. Try the lipstick, buddy.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
I don't think we should have nostalgia to a prison, but sure.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Hi.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Aww.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
What was the agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Okay. I don't know what the agreement was, but I'm assuming he's going to explain it. Oh, Churio, I'm sorry, buddy.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Yes.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
Yeah, okay.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
Of course she is.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Ooh! She's so slick. I love that. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Couple. Mm-hmm.
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Uh-huh.
Well, then 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
My God.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sigewin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So,
she's so cute.
At the fortress.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You talk with Riosley for a while and share the news above ground with him.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Yeah, what happened to Childe and why did he do the thumbs down thing? Like, is he good? He got chucked into the abyss.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
He got tossed into his trash like the dumpster, exactly.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Yeah, you agreed to that other interview, buddy.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
What do y'all got to say?
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
Unless?
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvina's shields. Very good.
I love her sarcasm, thank you.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Like father, like daughter, anyway.
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future, and the journalist asked me what I thought of them. Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding? Huh.
They're doing the sideways shuffle every night, I swear to God.
Why are you looking at me like that?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
True. What does that have to do with us?
Anyway, bombastic side eye at them. And they were scientists creating things for a ship.
Hyman sees them! They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Why is that a thought that you have, Charlotte? Not us, clearly. Maybe Paimon, but not me.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Ayo?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
How did that work?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Now you just fully giving your address as soon as you meet a person. That's sus.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Oh, sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
That's an actual question.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Hey, yo, are me and Linny just gonna be by ourselves? Then, Linny, take me out to dinner first.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, How have things been, traveler?
Your Riz won't work on me, Mr. Lene Riz boy. I'm doing okay.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well...
Is she looking for the Gnosis?
After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, every time. Every time. Why did you give the Gnosis to the Fatui? Every single time. We're so close. The Gnosis was in Neuvillette's hands. You got your power back as a dragon sovereign, and you gave it to the Fatui. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going every time. Why? It's there in front of us. Neuvillette had it. He could have just kept it for himself.
A diplomatic gift? A Gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Childe, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring Narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
I wonder if the Gnosis don't actually hold that much power. And it's just the Archons themselves. Because remember, A did kind of kick our ass when we met her, and she didn't have her Gnosis. It was given to Miko, like, years ago. Nahida didn't even have her Gnosis throughout the entire thing. Venti has his, but he was also one of the weakest Archons. Zhongli traded it for a contract. Maybe Neuvillette realized that the Gnosis didn't actually have that much power. So he decided to give it to her. Maybe?
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
Oh my god, it's time to ask Neuvillette, please.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Of course he is.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Childe?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
Oh, so he's alive.
I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Yeah, I guess you can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
I still hold my suspicions, but that's also just me.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hi, Nave.
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes.
But why do you need these? That's my question. What are you trying to make?
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Well then, Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Is he actually going to get that back is another question.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
I don't like that farewell. I'm still so suspicious. What are you using the noses for?
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
I guess we get a pocket? We put Paimon in it.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neuvillette's doing?
Yes,
as long
please.
As he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway. So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Okay.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what you saw that day. Folklores deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
I'm not even gonna ask what type of magic that's gonna work.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was all that moment that Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yeah, Gnosis, why?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, okay, so you're the person that says everything. Are we going to talk to Furina afterwards? I would love to talk to Furina afterwards. About the initial verdict that was passed on Childe.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring Narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
So, what you're telling me is that they never actually tried to have children. They were just wishing for the children to exist, and that's how they became born. Are we explaining baby making in Fontaine? Genshin? What? About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me.
Of course.
Before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
Because she needs to discover who she is as a human by herself.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Girl needs therapy, a nap, and like several thousands of the foods that she likes.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you're basically playing the role of a Hydro Archon, minus actually being the Hydro Archon.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
That's why Traveler's Guild mimics Neuvillette's attacks and not Furina's. I mean, remember the theory that, I don't know if we talked about this theory here. Basically, Traveler's powers that he gets, or they get from the Nations of the Seven, are not actually mimics of the Archons themselves, but of the dragons instead. So that's why Neuvillette is his things like a hydro pump, and like Traveler's is water gun. In Nahida's one, she uses a camera skill. Traveler doesn't have that. He instead has the kind of like the protection orb, like that affects Dendro, kind of like how the boss for the dragon affects in in the story quest, the dragon Apep has like those little protection balls. A's power is not the same as the Traveler's electro powers. We don't know where that dragon is. Oroboshi might actually be like super. It might be Oroboshi, but I'm not sure. It may have originally been what Oroboshi's powers were. Zhongli, we can assume that he. Well, we don't know if he is the Geo Sovereign specifically, but he is a Geo Dragon, which may be why Geo Traveler's thing is also like a platform kind of thing, but it might be different. Ajdaha isn't a Geo Sovereign. He just happens to be a dragon. I don't think there is a true Geo Sovereign as of yet, from what I understand. Traveler's Animo. I don't know if Dvalin is the Animo Dragon Sovereign, but his attacks do work very similarly. If anything, it mimics more of like those weird wind spirits that we see, but that's about it.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
This man can never leave his job. I'm so sorry, bro.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Why'd you give away the goddamn Gnosis again?
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Okay, so he doesn't need the power of Fontaine, but it still has power. So you know why they're using it, so can you tell us?
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Childe.
No, of course it's not that simple.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume?
Yes.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Natlan lore, let's go.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
We're getting more dragon lore?
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Why?
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Oh.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
We're finally going to meet the captain. Let's go. But also, is Natlan just how to train your dragon? Is that what it is?
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Also, where's Sandrone? I want to meet Sandrone and some of the other people. Like, where are they?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Unfortunately, I have no more options for more questions, but I have a lot of questions for you, Neuvillette. Are you telling the truth? That's all I'm asking. Are you telling me the truth? You've lied to me twice. I can't do this again.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Uh-huh.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skirklore? Skirklore.
We're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Neuvillette? Whoa!
Well, that was easy.
What next?
The all-devouring Narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
Why are you sniffing him is another question.
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The remains of the third descender?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
Who was the descender?
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
What?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What does that mean?
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
Yeah, but you have
and my
ideas.
Reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
So the third descender died?
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Yes, because it doesn't make any sense.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Oh, god damn it. Not again. We gotta deal with Childe. I don't want to deal with Torlini.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
So who is the third descender?
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Interesting. They specifically mentioned the chess pieces.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
Well, I mean, of course it's going to bring her misfortune because she's on the side of the Abyss, and Abyss don't view the Gnosis, the things that are made by Celestia, to be good things. So of course it's going to be misfortune for her.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to descenders, and two, the one who came before me already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
I'm from the stars. What did you want me to say?
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
So, who gave the Gnosis? It can't have been the primordial one, right? He took the power, but does that mean that he is the third descender?
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
Bro, you want to test it out? At least take me out to dinner first.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's can't think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Or at least I can't, unless someone else writes me into a new story.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Childe recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Shut up, Neuvillette. All I do is make crack theories. Let me be.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
And so it is. And so it is. That's the finale. I think this has to be one of the best Archon quests that we have gotten so far. Writing-wise, I think I would have to put it up there with Zhongli's second story quest. Like, it's giving me the same vibes, honestly.